don't know if Chrissy tell me wait. Yeah, alright. I think it's Barbados, bowling.
Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze, match number 2 in round number 3, played between Barbados women and the Windward Islands women. Windward Islands women, they won the toss, elected to bat first. Interesting decision here this afternoon against the Barbados team, coming off of 2 successive defeats. Barbados at the other end of the scale, coming off 2 successive victories so far in the tournament. Interesting take in terms of the toss, as I'm joined here by Rajiv Roberts. Good afternoon to you, Rajiv.
Good afternoon, Asnet. Good afternoon to listeners of this broadcast. It's as Asnet mentioned, it's a match number 2, day number 3. Windward Island will be taking on Barbados, and it contrasts to the it's Windwards would have lost 2 games, their first 2 games. Barbados would have won their first 2 games. So a win here, another win for Barbados, will definitely put them in the running towards the finals. And like Windwards, they need to come to the party and come to the party within this game.
It's a make-up break for the Windward Island team. Lost those 2 earlier games, chasing rather not overly difficult totals, 94 and 96. Just think that their batting has been a cause of concern in the tournament. The bowling has done well, but their batting never really came to the party as such. A couple of changes for them today in terms of Zayda James, the captain for the previous 2 games. She's out today along with Selena Ross, and in comes Chanel Mackey and Aldit Gasper. What are your thoughts on those changes?
Well, with the way Windward basically was batting in the first 2 games, the bowling, as you rightly said, was always there, but the batting has somewhat let them down in the first 2 out in this tournament so far. Have some small scores, just under 100 to win, and was cruising nicely along, but somewhere in the middle they just lost it from there.
I think Mackey coming into that middle to lower order will bring some power to the batting lineup, something that we've spoken about at length off air. I'm looking at the makeup of the Windward Island side. I don't think they have a bad side, to say the least. It's a good all-round side. It's just that at the key moments in this tournament so far, they have failed to deliver. Tactically, I think at times they can be a bit better, the Windward Island team. On the other hand, the Barbados team, they'll be quite buoyed by their efforts so far in the tournament, coming off 2 successive victories. The likes of Brathwaite and these players doing well. Young players, a good mixture of youth and experience. The likes of Shakira Selman coming back into the fold as well. But a very good team, the Barbados team.
Yes, well said there, Asnet. But you just leave to see how Windwards go about this one. They're definitely going to bat first in this tournament so far in match number 3 for them. So I'm hoping that they come here and come out good in this encounter.
Well, so far, in terms of a record of the teams batting first, 4 teams batting first and winning, and 3 teams batting second and winning. So pretty even, Stevens. Nothing really overly obvious in terms of your decision at the toss. But certainly an interesting decision here by the Windward Islands to bat first here this afternoon. Normally teams tend to send teams to bat and then depend on their chasing abilities. But so far they failed in terms of their chasing abilities twice. So I'm thinking that they just wanted a bit of a change up in terms of their approach. So now they're looking to put some runs on the board and try and put some pressure on what is a very good all-round Barbados team. Starting proceeding is Cumberbatch and Janila Glasgow, the captain for today's encounter. I'm looking to give the team a good start at the top of the order as well. And this is the first delivery, a loud appeal, but perhaps going down the leg side. We'd like to see that replay again. A good start there from Cumberbatch. Yes, pretty close on the back leg on that occasion. Maybe a bit of height as well coming into play. Umpire Byam saying not out. Glasgow working this one neatly behind square. I think she'll come back for a second, would she? I think the running between the wickets in terms of Glasgow has been quite erratic at times. She has been involved in a number of runouts, both in the Windward Island tournament and here in the Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze. So that's something she has to be mindful of. The capabilities of our running partner. And today, it's in Fontaine again, so still some indecision in terms of a settled top order, the Windward Island team. We saw Ashleen Edward starting proceedings before. So Fontaine coming up in the order in the last game, failed with the bat. Given another opportunity here, I'm sure she'll be looking to take full advantage of this opportunity.
What we could definitely look at, Asnet, is that from the Windward Island game, majority of these players that make up the Windward Island team are basically openers. So switch on, switch off. At any point, you could definitely say, I'm putting up my hand today, I want to open. So, but you leave to the coach and the management team for the Windward Islands to make that final decision as well.
I think that's been a challenge in terms of having too many options sometimes can prove to be detrimental. They have a lot of players who can bat in the top order, the likes of Amaya Gilbert, Abini St. John, Afi Fletcher, Ashley Edward, even Crafton to some extent. And of course, Zayda James, just to confirm, a bit of an injury causing her to miss out on proceedings here this afternoon. A big miss for the Windward Island team. She hasn't scored a lot of runs, but I think that her captaincy and also with the ball would have proven to be critical for the Windward Islands cause here this afternoon.
Well, for the opening pace, not a bad opening pace so far. We know what Fontaine is capable of doing. We know what Janelia can do. But it's important that she has been doing it for the previous 2 games that she backed through the innings and post a total here that could definitely be defendable for themselves against Barbados. At the end of over number 1, the score is 1 without loss.
Tight over there from Cumberbatch. Doing nothing out of the ordinary, really, just a good line and good length. We've seen that throughout the tournament in terms of spinners opening the bowling in the power play. Barbados, a team, as a country renowned for their fast bowling. It's quite a surprise to see a spinner opening proceedings.
Well, we have seen throughout the tournament, especially the earlier game that played between Trinidad and the Leeward Islands, that majority of the bowling on this wicket would have been spin. You probably see the likes of probably 4 overs, 5 overs from pace, and just the spin control the others.
Different approaches by different teams based on your strengths. We spoke about the all-around ability of the Leeward Island team. They were able to start with Hector and Claxton as pace bowling options, and then the spinners came into play. Barbados on this occasion opting for medium pace of Gordon. A bit of swerve, a bit of swing back into the left-handed Glasgow. Was shown good signs throughout the season, dating back to the Windward Island tournament, batted quite well. Just get the impression that at the time her innings doesn't progress as well as she would like. Does get the team off to a good start, as this one is hit uppishly over backward point. Should be coming back for a second. She's quite quick between the wickets, Janelia, and she completes quite comfortably in the end. As I was saying, I get the feeling that she does get herself in terms of a start, but just in terms of that sort of natural progression of your innings, at times she gets stuck in the middle overs and cause her to play a rash shot and getting out at a crucial point for her team. I'm sure it's a learning curve for her as well, opening the batting here at the top of the order. I'm sure she'll be looking to correct those wrongs and put up a good score here for her team.
Well said. 3 without loss. Windward Island batted. Jenny the glass, 1 strike. Gordon with ball in hand. Beautiful delivery.
I tell you what, she doesn't seem to have a lot of pace, Gordon, first time I'm looking at her. But she seems to get a bit of swing back into the left-hander. And if she's able to keep that delivery just around the off stump coming back in, it's going to cause some problems for the left-handed Glasgow. So Glasgow has to be mindful of that. Once again, a full-length delivery. Doesn't have the pace to bowl short, Gordon. So as a batter, you tend to know what to expect. On that occasion, a bye signal by the umpire. Right-handed Fontaine comes into strike. The Islands are quite sedate start so far, 4 without loss. Always important to keep an eye on the start for these teams. Most of the teams in the power play tend to struggle a bit. So Leeward Islands only 38 for 2 in the power play.
Well, this is basically the matchup that I think Gordon will like. She bowl into the right hand the way she gets in that in swing. And as you rightly said, she don't have the pace to walk with.
This one is offering a bit of whiff outside the off stump, and Fontaine punches through the offside. Fontaine, a good looking player whenever she's in full flow. Just hasn't been able to get off to any sort of start so far in the tournament. Batted in the middle order and then came up to open the batting in the last game. I'm sure she as well will be looking to just give herself a couple of deliveries to get used to conditions. As we've said before, players who have done well in this tournament have given themselves a chance. This one is punched. Bit of a half stop there by the fielder. That extra cover cannot prevent the single. So a couple of singles in that over. And all 4 runs coming from it. Windward Islands, they are up to 6 without loss. 2 overs completed.
So just a reminder, we are still in the power play. 4 more overs remaining in the power play. Windward Island batting 6 without loss from 2 overs. Going at 3 runs per over. Very good and disciplined bowling from the Bajans so far.
Certainly a stark improvement in terms of the Barbados team. If you look back at last year's tournament, they were not the most consistent team going around. But at the start of this tournament, they have really stood up and delivered a consistent performances so far. This one is short and punching it through the offside. A well set field as well. I'm sure from a management perspective, they would have analysed Janila Glasgow so far in the tournament, scoring a lot of runs through the offside. Tend to want to favour that particular side, at times to her own detriment. So in the last game, trying to cut a ball on the line of the middle stump and being bowled. So she also has to be mindful of that. It's a full delivery and punch down to mid-off. So not the quickest of starts here for the Windward Island team. But I think they'll be quite happy that they haven't lost a wicket so far into over number 3. This one is a full toss and just squeezed beyond the fielder there at backward point. Chance for a second. Chance for a run out as well. Quite suicidal, it must be said. Spoke about the run in between the wickets and the fact that Glasgow has been involved in quite a few run-outs in the season so far, and there it is again. Another run-out goes, not the best of starts for the Windward Islands. They're up to 8 for 1.
Saw this with Fontaine, I think in the previous innings, where she got run out on the other side of the fence. She's not happy with that for sure. Last night she could only have herself to blame.
It was never going to be a second run coming back there to the danger in Fontaine. I think if it was Janila coming back to the danger, then she perhaps would have had a better opportunity to make her ground. But a disappointing way to lose your first wicket here, the Windward Island team. Fontaine goes. And the new player, I believe, is Crafton. Coming in at number 3. Another change in terms of the approach of the Windward Island team. Mention the fact that so far in the tournament they've not been able to get their combinations right. So there's another change again in terms of tactics. Crafton coming in at number 3. Captain James out of today's proceedings due to an injury and being replaced by her fellow countrywoman Crafton. This one is short outside the off stump and bit of a waft there from Crafton. Hasn't covered herself in glory in terms of runs throughout the tournament, Crafton. It's played a lot of shots, but hasn't timed the ball consistently well. It's an opportunity here for her at number 3 to just get settled, get used to the conditions, and I think she has the power to pick up later on in her innings.
What I think Windward Island definitely need Osnet is a second Afro Fletcher in their lineup.
Afro Fletcher coming in at number 4. Batted well, although by her own high standards, she would admit that gave it away in a couple of those games. In fact, both games. The time when the team was poised to take advantage of the situation, kind of gave it away given her experience. I'm sure she will looking to make that right in this encounter as the third over comes to an end. Windward Islands, after winning the toss and batting first in this encounter, they're up to 9 for 1.
With the situation at the game at the moment, 3 overs, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Do you think that we'll be seeing another low scoring game today?
Well, throughout the tournament, a lot of teams have struggled really in terms of posting a reasonable total. Ideally, we don't want to see totals in excess of 130, 140 being posted and creating somewhat of a competitive game. But a competitive game in this tournament so far has been anything around 100 runs. So I'm thinking that is a base for the Windward Islands to aim at, given what we've seen of their bowling so far in the tournament. It's bowled quite well, but they'll need something in excess of 100, especially against a powerful batting order of the Barbados team. It's a good delivery outside the off stump, but when they're not making any sort of contact. Certainly a bit of consistency here from Gordon. Doesn't have the pace to let you lose sleep at night. It certainly has a lot of control in terms of what she's doing.
She got some swing, I can say. And it's good for her. Outside the off stump. Another dot ball to Windwards. Crafton on strike. 1 from 5. Janelia Glasgow 5 from 8. Windward Island 9 for 1 in the 4th over.
So far, they have not been able to get any sort of momentum, the Windward Island team, by way of singles or boundaries at the start of this encounter. Played quite a few shots, but just haven't been able to find the gaps, building a bit of pressure on themselves. Good start from the Barbados team. Good batting conditions here. The sun out in all its glory. It's like wind blowing across the ground as well.
Yeah, we did the power play, Osnet, and somebody I think definitely need to put up their hand and say, listen, I'm going to take charge of this power play. This power play belongs to me as a batter. And it's very important for the Windward Island team, as we just see a boundary there off the bat of Crafton.
A good looking shot through the offside. Full length delivery on the line of the off stump. Came forward and stroked it nicely. A bit uppishly. Not the best of efforts from the fielder there at extra cover. Maybe more of a diving attempt would have led to something differently, but as it stands, it's a boundary. The first of the innings from the Windward Islands perspective. I'm sure they'll be looking for more of the same. For 1. So looking around the ground, crowd has built up a little bit from what we saw earlier. This one is short of a length and would feel like she would have missed out on that opportunity there, Crafton. Only one fielder on that leg side, out that deep square leg. So anything to the right or left of her would have led to more runs. As it turns out, just a single. Gordon losing her line on that particular occasion. This one is full again and driven nicely out to deep extra cover. So the Barbados captain here opting for the deep extra cover and a deep square leg as those two fielders outside of the circle, still within the power play. 4 overs completed. Windward Islands, they're up to 15 for 1 here in the second game, rung number 3 in Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze.
You spectators around. You coming. So if you're at home here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, feel free to come on down to Honestville playing field. And we have Barbados women, Windward Islands women, and later on at 7 p.m. Jamaica will be taking on Guyana at 7 p.m. tonight.
It's the weekend, so certainly expect quite a few supporters to come in. Spoke about your Saturday rituals, Ruffy, earlier. Horses now, I'm sure, they've already done most of their cleaning and cooking. So it's an opportunity to come down with their family and just enjoy some good women cricket.
Well, I'm happy that you took out the washing out of that, because as I mentioned to you earlier, a Saturday washing is something back of the past. Because I recall as a youngster coming up, normally on Saturdays, your mom, your parents do the washing on a Saturday, but that don't happen anymore.
Maybe not in your household, Ruffy.
Washing happen now during the week as well.
16 for 1, Windward Islands. A good delivery, and she's gone. So very confident appeal there from Cumberbatch. And Crafton, she has to go. LBW to Cumberbatch, and Windward Islands, they lose their second wicket. And struggling here earlier on in this contest, they are 16 for 2.
16 for 2 is Windward Island. The partnership only lost 8 runs. Still at the crease is Janelia Glasgow.
Looking back at that replay, a bit of torn on that occasion. Going past the outside edge, hitting that back leg. Pretty close to being struck outside the off stump, I believe. But in the eyes of the umpire on that occasion, it was good enough for umpire Byam, indicating that that one would have gone on to hit the stumps. So the experiment to some extent of Crafton coming at number 3 didn't bear any sort of fruits. He's dismissed. 16 now for 2. And the experienced Afi Fletcher comes to the wicket.
Janelia Glasgow 7 from 11. Senior stateswoman of Afi Fletcher is with Glasgow. Windward Islands just lost their second wicket with the score on 16 for 2. We're still within the power play. 3 legal deliveries remaining in over number 5. Cumberbatch with ball in hand. 1 for 5 from 2.3. Afi Fletcher on strike.
Let's push this one into the offside is Fletcher. Sporting number 99 on her back. She's to get anywhere close to that number. I'm thinking the Windward Islands would be in good stead. This partnership is going to be crucial though. 2 of the leading run scorer in the recently concluded Windward Islands tournament, Janelia Glasgow and Afi Fletcher. This one is edged past the fielder, that backward point into the fence for 4. So she's up and running, Afi Fletcher. Bit streakily, but welcome all the same in terms of runs for the Windward Island team. They're up for 24-2.
Well, I mentioned earlier on as that Windward Islands definitely need 2 Afi Fletchers in their lineup. Because we know what she's capable of doing, and when this Afi Fletcher that we seen here now depart, we will have the other Afi Fletcher coming. But who is that Afi Fletcher?
So left to be seen. As a good over comes to an end. Cumberbatch, a very good start here in this contest. 1 for 9 so far, 3 overs completed. And Windward Islands struggling a bit earlier on here in this contest. Up to 20 for 2. Having won the toss earlier. Elected to bat first, quite surprisingly, it must be said. Given the fact that a lot of teams so far in the tournament have opted to bowl first. And talking about bowling, I'm joined here by someone who would know quite a bit about bowling. The man himself, Kesrick Williams. Welcome to the Comanche Box, Kesrick.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alan. Well, I almost said Alanson because for some reason, thought I saw Alanson downstairs before I came upstairs. And we were having a conversation, but good afternoon to you, Kate. How are you? It's been a while I haven't seen you. A lot of smile on your face today. I'm not sure how your last few days were now that school is reopened. So how are you?
We'll get back to that as we see Connell starting proceedings from the Beckway end. Another quick single. I'm sure they'll need more of that. The Windward Island team put some pressure on the Barbados feelers. But good to be back in the classroom, Kesrick. Always a pleasure educating the students of the nation. Good to see you as well. All decked down, looking like president of the West Indies Cricket Board himself.
Yeah, I learned a few things from him when it comes to dressing. He's a man that carries himself well, always with his fitted clothing. Something that I took from him was his dressing and how he carried himself as a young man growing up.
This one is worked neatly again from Fletcher. We spoke about the importance of this partnership, Kesrick. They will need this partnership to bat for another 7 to 8 overs at least. Give them somewhat of a platform, and hopefully the finishers can take them to a respectable total.
Yeah, something that I think that the Windwards need to do to get them to that total that you were talking about. You know, both batters who's at the crease now, they can do that, but it's how they're going to do it. Getting that start is important, especially maximizing that power play. And I'm guessing the reason for sending someone like a Crafton earlier was to try to maximize what is left of that power play. That didn't work out too well. But both batters now, in Afi Fletcher and Glasgow, have that responsibility to take it through the second phase of the game.
This one played out to backward point, no run.
There's something I've noticed about Junior Glasgow is that fielder that's at backward point. Now it's Elliott for Barbados. Do have a lot of work to do when she's batting, because she always seems to, anything back in the pitch going away from her, she run it down to point, trying to get that single. And if she's not getting that single, she sort of rush it. And always, you mentioned it earlier, every time there's a run out in the Windwards team, more than likely her name is mentioned, and that is not good for your career.
This one is punched, but straight to the fielder there. Well fortified field on the offside, but a very good over from Connell. Her first. Just one coming from it, and Windward Islands continue to make slow progress here at Arnesville Sporting Complex. They're up to 22 for 2.
Over the last couple of games, this is just the third day of this beautiful tournament, and the amount of dot balls that we have seen so far, the average dot balls bowled in each innings in this tournament so far is about 63, 65 or so, and that is a lot. The last game we did here, well, I did here in this tournament, in the first innings it was 62 dot balls, and in the second innings it went up to 72. And I think this is something that is plaguing this tournament. The dot ball percentage, it needs to come down to about 45 or so.
Agreed. As we see a change in bowling, this one is slapped out. Thankfully for her, going past the fielder there at backward point. It's Elliott. He's been in the contest continuously. And 2 more runs to Afi Fletcher. Certainly some positive intent from her all around in her innings.
And that's what you'll get from Afi Fletcher, someone who would look to hit the ball. Tiani Herbert Mears will definitely have other ideas, but for now, Afi is taking charge. Spanked for 4.
A good looking shot, playing a bit against the spin on that occasion, but was able to get to the pitch of that delivery. The mid-off is in the circle, so it's always going to be a safe shot. The only fielder out is that fielder out at deep extra cover. But in the end, finding the gap, Fletcher, and timing it well enough to get her first or second boundary actually. And Windward Islands up to 28 for 2.
Yeah, that's definitely her error. As long as you're on that 5th stump line. If you're too straight, she then goes down the ground. But a good shot that was. Opening in the offside. Now just taking a single, bringing Glasgow on strike.
Yeah, good bit of batting there from these two. Seem to bat well together. Both games so far in the tournament. has built somewhat a good partnership, good understanding between both of them. Whilst they're there, I think the Windward Islands will be quite confident that they can mount somewhat of a total that they can work with. Something in excess of 100, something we spoke about earlier. Not sure about your take in terms of a competitive total in this tournament. As Glasgow punches this one down the ground for a single, 30 for 2.
Yeah, competitive total in this tournament so far, and we could only talk about what we have seen and what we come to understand. Average score here is probably around 90, 85, 90. Yeah, this one is hit down the ground nicely just for a single. But if any team can get over that 100 mark, probably 105, 110, it seems to be a fighting total, or you can say, yeah, my team look like we're going to win this game because we do have enough runs on the board. And it's really sad to say that 110 or 105 is that sort of total that will win you games in a tournament like this. Remember, this tournament is the last level before you get to that international level. So I'm thinking a 135, 140 would have looked a lot better. But for now, it's at 105. End of the over there is 31 for 2. In the Windward Islands lineup today, there's a Chanel Mackey who played for St. Vincent in the Windward Island tournament. Bowls a bit of off spin and can hit the ball a long way. She would probably come in at 5 or 6, 7. That lower order batter with some power. Win was definitely going to need some of that power today. But so far, Barbados, the team that really and truly have been playing the best cricket so far, with ball and bat.
Sconnell to continue proceedings. Just tucking up Afi there for some room. 31 for 2. Just scoring around 4.3 runs per over. I'm sure at some point they want to get that beyond 5. These two at the crease though, they're both positive players, stroke makers. So we expect the scoring rate to increase. Can't foresee Afi staying there and soaking up too many dot deliveries. So far scoring at better than a runner ball. Glasgow has struggled in so far 8 from 18 deliveries, but I think our job in this side is to bat through the innings and the other stroke makers bat around her. Something we spoke about earlier as well, Kesrick, in terms of the makeup of the Windward Island team. They tend to have a lot of options in terms of top order options. Openers and in terms of Edwards and Fontaine and Glasgow and Zeta James when she's around. So sometimes I get the feeling that it's very difficult for the coach himself to find a way of utilizing these options to maximize output. And in a tournament like this, you don't have a lot of time. 2 games so far, you've seen that the batting have struggled. And it's certainly something that I'm sure Coach Bonnet and the management team would have been looking at in terms of how they are going to utilize these options so that they can maximize whatever output that these players can give, especially when it comes to the batting.
Yeah, and I do understand what you mean, because most of the batters in this Windward Island team, when you look at the Windward Island tournament, almost all of these batters batting in the top half of all these Windward Island teams: Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent. So most of these batters are looking for a run, Izafi. Yes. This is sloppy. I cannot understand. The keeper dropped it. She was out of her crease gazing. Yeah, she's still walking, but the ball fell out of the keeper's glove. She would have been gone, Kato.
Yeah,
Lost in concentration.
Almost a comedy of errors there from Janela Glasgow. Attempting a run initially, sent Fletcher back. The fielder there throwing to the keeper's end, and Glasgow for some reason or the other didn't realize that the ball was coming to her end. And as you said, if it was gathered there by wicket keeper Holder, it would have been the end of Janela Glasgow. This time he's swinging and straight to the fielder there at mid-off. Not the best cricket you will see today. Having gotten that opportunity on the previous delivery, now looking to go over the top. Connell, she's bowled well so far, not timing it well, and so coming to a catch there at mid-off. So Glasgow goes. Windward Islands a bit of a bother here earlier on in this contest. 3 wickets down.
Yeah, that's a good catch by Gordon. Good set of concentration. Good delivery from Connell as well. Looking to use the pitch. Yeah, easy wicket. She realized that Glasgow was getting frustrated. Yeah, even from that delivery before, she could have been run out. Ball fell out of the keeper's glove. And immediately after that, slow ball into the pitch, only presenting a catch to Gordon. Yeah, she has to go for 8. Yeah, the score is now 32 for 3.
You mentioned the word frustration there. Glasgow hasn't been as fluent as we've seen from her throughout the tournament so far. 8 from 21 deliveries. But Fletcher, she's at the other end, 14 from 11. So it's not like if her batting partner was putting any sort of pressure on her, Glasgow. More a shot out of frustration, in the end costing her wicket at a crucial time. 32 for 3, as we see Noel coming in at number 5 today. A player who I think has been underutilized with the bat so far in the tournament, given her experience. Opens the batting for Grenada, but so far in the tournament has batting the lower order for Windward Island team. And an opportunity for her today to get some runs and maybe build a partnership with our fellow countrywoman Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, they have a lot of work to do, but this Barbados team have shown that we are here to play, and we're going to play good cricket. So far, every game they have used their 3 fast bowlers. In Connell, misfeeling, going through the legs of Elliott. Won't get to the boundary. They have used their fast bowlers, Aline, Gordon, and Connell. But what have stand out for them really and truly was their spin bowling, or is their spin bowling. Tiani, how about Mayers? Bowling pretty well in the last game, picking up 2 for 17. And then Elliott picking up 3 for 16. And then Kamabash picking up 2 for 17 again, but 2 for 21, sorry. But when you look at how that over went, the last over, she did went for some runs, Kamabash, but she still bowled 15 dot balls in that spell. So their spinners have been really doing a great job for them, especially on this surface that offers a lot for spinners.
This one is punched down the ground. Officially, not time to perfection there from Fletcher. Coming back for second, a risky second. But in the end, not the best of throws. And made it quite comfortably. 34 for 3. 36 for 3 with that 2 runs. Just looking at the tournament so far, Kesrick, in terms of the 2 teams at the top of the standings, Leeward Islands and Barbados. I think they're both teams that have good all-round options as it relates to the ball. Windward Islands, earlier on we saw their use of seam up front, and then their spinners coming into their own. Likewise, Barbados as well. So it's that sort of all-round ability, no sort of sameness to the attack, that has really led to them being quite successful so far in the tournament. Both teams sitting comfortably at the top of these standings.
What really worked for both teams as well is that they do have some good spinners. But what worked for them mostly, their fast bowlers are not really going for runs. And it's harder to get the spin away. So that is what's really working for Windward Islands and Barbados, because you have a Claxton and Hector who bowls the new ball for the Leewards. You have a Connell, you have a Aline, and you also have a Gordon who can bowl the new ball for Barbados. And all three, they do not go for a lot of runs. And their spinners have been so good for them. Always picking up wickets at the right time.
Just looking at the Windward Islands batting card. Still to come, Edward, St. John, Gilbert. Mackie there slated for number 10. Quite interestingly. Not sure if there'll be any adjustment to the batting order. But it goes back to what we were saying in terms of those three players to follow. Those are predominantly top order players, but we're seeing them coming in number 7, number 8, number 9 for the Windward Islands. So it's somewhat of an adjustment for these players, and we've seen so far that they've really struggled to come into that back end of the innings where a bit of impetus is needed. The likes of Gilbert doesn't have the power, a good looking player. So it's certainly something for the Windward Island management to think about as the tournament progresses. They don't have a lot of time. 2 defeats and now into the third game, 37 for 3.
Yeah, it's a discussion that we usually have here, because most of the players in this Windward Island team, especially the batters, from 1 to at least 8, are top order batters for their team in the Windward Island tournament. Really well played. Amazing. Sweet. Opening the face of the bat, getting it over extra cover is Afi Fletcher. She loves that shot.
It's a good option from Fletcher. Just open up that offside. It's a shot that we have seen her employed quite often throughout the competition so far. Whenever she's offered a sort of whiff outside the off stump, it does go over extra cover quite elegantly. Using her feet again. And this time a bit of a ricochet from the stumps. Thankfully for Noel, no sort of contact there from Herbert Myers. But whenever she's in full flow, Afi Fletcher does have the full repertoire of shots. Uses her feet well against the spinners. So her wicket is going to be crucial for the Windward Islands as they go on the quest to set up somewhat of a competitive total. Up to 22 from 18, so scoring at better than a runner ball. That's something we have seen a lot in this tournament. A lot of batters have struggled for any sort of momentum in their innings.
Most of the struggle that we have been accustomed to by now is batting between that 6 to 15 overs when spin is operating. Yeah, this one just stripped out to long off. This is not good from Barbados. Yeah, it should have been stopped from Connell at first. It was a bit lazy from her. That's the reason why Cumberbatch sort of gave up, because it was very close to Connell.
Yeah, not the best effort you will see all day. Cumberbatch diving, but just not able to get enough on it. In the end, just assisting that one into the boundary for 4. So Noel gets her first boundary. Windward Islands slowly but surely making some progress. 44 for 3.
It was literally just a chip over the bowler's head. did get a boundary. This one, 2 full. On the line of the leg, some smashed for 4. Noel is dealing in boundaries now.
Very good batting again from Noel. I mentioned that she's one of those players, I think, if given the opportunity to bat for a long period, she can do a job here for the Windward Island team. So far, somewhat underutilized by the Windward Islands management. Good to see her coming in at number 5 today. And good start from her so far. Windward Islands women, they're 48 for free as the players take a short jinx break. We'll do so as well here in the commentary box, and we join you in a few minutes' time.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville playing field to continue this encounter between the Windward Island team and Barbados. Barbados undefeated so far. Windward Island batting 48 for 3. They have a long way to go to get to that total that they can feel somewhat comfortable against this strong lineup. Barbados coming to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to play this tournament looking like they want to play, looking like they're ready to take this trophy back to Barbados. You could see that everything that they do is well planned. Their bowling lineup, their batting lineup, and to continue to, someone is with me to continue to tell you how they are gonna play this cricket. It's Mr. Roberts. How are you doing?
I'm okay, because we're happy to be back here again. Looking at Barbados in the field, they're looking a strong unit. Have the Windward Island 48 for 3 in 11th over. Alfie Fletcher still there, 22 from 19. Karina Newell, 8 from 5. It's definitely a good going so far from the Windies, but I think that they definitely could do a little bit more. But with the type of cricket that we've seen all around from Leeward and now from Barbados, Keswick, I'm looking at these two teams playing the final.
Barbados is showing like they really want to be the winners of this tournament. So far, their planning, their execution, you can see that they're a team that's well drilled. Even their field setting is a lot different than the other teams. They're setting their field and they're bowling to their plans. And I'm not surprised at all that they're doing it with someone like a Roddy Eswick, who is in that dressing room with these females. Also was the assistant coach for West Indies for a number of years. So with that international knowledge coming into this Barbados team, young female team, he's only gonna make them better. Now, those are the channels. Those are the channels. If you look at the field that she has set so far, everything is a bit fuller on the off stump. And I just realized that most of the Windward Island batters, they only like width on the ball. Anything that is straight on the line of the stump haven't been scoring well. Finding the edge is Alia Ali. Fairly young team, but I like the fact that they have the experience of someone like a Shakira Selman, a Connell, Alia Ali with an international experience as well. Missing two of their senior players this year, but not really looking like they miss a lot with the way how they have been playing. Hitting it down the ground is Karina Noel. Could get two. Afi not really looking for two. Yeah, she wants the strike. Is Afi Noel overthrow again? Not the best work you have seen from Barbados for the day.
Well, Keswick, I think definitely two have been on offer there because the fielder there misfield that ball, pick it up, throw it past the keeper, and then Afi is trying to look for the second one. I think here, the Windward Islands should definitely take every run that is on offer.
Not sure that Afi Fletcher realized it was the last delivery and that over. She probably just wants Noel to be on strike. But it could be better because the bowler that's coming on now is Elliott. The leg spinner picked up 3 in the last game for just 16 runs. Keelia Elliott picked up a 5 wickets last year as well against Trinidad. And this is how she has been used. Coming on for Barbados in that 10th or 11th over. And then she just cleans up the lower order. And I'll tell you what, she's one of those bowlers that whenever she starts, she can be pretty loose, but whenever she gets going, she can be difficult to get away. We saw in the last game herself and Tiani Herbert Mayers. Someone like Jamaica couldn't pick what they're doing with the ball. It was spinning, it was bouncing. Someone like they didn't have a clue because Jamaica was going well in the first 7. I saw a loud appeal. Yeah, not out. So it would be very interesting to see how someone like Afi Fletcher would play Elliott. Try to get as much runs off her.
Well said, Kez. Still at the non-striker end is Afi Fletcher. On strike is Karina Newell. 3 consecutive dot ball. And hence the reason why I said Afi should have definitely tried to be on strike for this over. Try to take every runs that is given.
Yeah, hitting down the gun. Not enough legs to get to the boundary. Dropping just outside the 30 yards. Which brings Afi on strike now.
(51-3). Afi Fletcher 23 from 21. Karina Noel 10 from 12. The ball in hand is Elliott. 1 run so far.
I've been asked a question a couple of days ago about this tournament in terms of the level and how the females have been playing. And the question was asked, am I happy with the level in which the girls are playing, knowing that World Cup is this year? This one is badly lined on the leg side, sweeping his Afi for another boundary for the Windward Islands. Yeah, this is what I mean when I say that she's a bit loose whenever she starts to bowl, but as long as you allow her to get her bearings, as we'll say in St. Vincent, right, she's someone hard to pick. This one is cut out to cover. Misfield there by Kalinda, looking to steal another one, but just a single to finish that over. The score is now 56 for 3.
6 runs off that over from Elliott. Not a bad one for the Windward Islands. Hence the reason why I keep saying take every run that is on offer here for the Windward Islands. And happy to see 2 Grenadians out there representing the Windward Islands of Afi Fletcher and Karina Noel. They definitely do have a good thing going for the Grenadians, and hope that they could basically bring this to the Windward Island team here and have a competitive score here for the Windwards.
Realize you talk about Grenada a lot. Wondering if you have some connections with Grenada, the Nutmeg Island, spice. I know you're a guy that likes to cook, so I'm guessing that you get most of your spice from Grenada. So that's the reason why you like Grenada so much.
Well, whether it's cooking, it's spice. Whether it's for healing cause, it's still spice.
The Nutmeg Man, Mr. Roberts. Yeah, this one is giving too much room. Not enough bat though, just a single. But I don't want to stray too much from the question I was asked the other day, Roberts. If I am happy with the level or the standard of this tournament from the girls. And I did answer the question, but before I probably say what or how I reply to that question, I want to ask you yourself, are you happy with the standard in which this tournament is playing in terms of the average score, the dot ball percentage, knowing that we have a World Cup coming up this year?
The question you asked is a very, very important question, Kesrick. And as you rightly said, the World Cup is coming up. But the bigger picture here is players need to put their hands up and not just put one, put both hands up as high as you can. With the likes of Afi Fletcher, who played for West Indies, Janelia Glasgow, Zeta James, and other players, there are a lot of young lads within the teams. But not many of them have actually pushed their hands up. And we're not getting that kind of assistance from the senior players.
Yeah, for me, I would definitely say I still need to see a lot more work, because an average score of 95 in a regional women's tournament for me is not enough in terms of the standard that you want to be set going into a World Cup, and also that dot ball percentage, it needs to go down. You should not have an average of about 60 dot balls every game. While we want to commend our bowlers for being able to bowl dot balls and take continuous wickets, at the end of the day, who scored the most runs wins. So we want to see our batters be able to score runs, rotate the strike. I could remember a couple of years ago, West Indies male T20 team, a wide delivery, just going through the legs of the keeper and holder. I could remember a couple of years ago, the male team batted over 50, close to 60 dot balls, and still scored up to about 180 because the boundary percentage was so high. So they were known as the highest percentage of boundary hitting teams in the world. They hit the most boundaries. But if we can turn those 55 or say 50 dot balls, if we can turn that into 30 singles, West Indies could have been getting up to 200 runs or so almost every game. Just opening the face for that one after and hitting it out to point. It's a single. And that's the difference between teams getting to 200 or 175 to 200. In this case, the average score here is 95 with about 65 to 70 dot balls. Almost every game you're getting at least 60 dot balls. If you can turn those 60 dot balls, 30 of that into singles, definitely teams will get over 115 or so, 120, 125, 130. These are the scores that we want to see in this tournament. But it's the end of the over. The score is now 62 for 3.
What I must say on that, Keswick, one name pops out right there is Boyce, the wicketkeeper for the Leeward Islands, and she has been doing exceptionally well with bat. She always looked to score and always put away the bad deliveries when it's offered to her. And I definitely would like to see other players take a look at. She's very short, but take a look at her. She's not the quickest within the wicket, but she actually gets singles. She gets the ones and the twos.
Yeah, I watched the game the other night between the Leeward Islands and Guyana. She scored a half century back through the innings. So it's back in the pitch, cutting to an extra cover, no run. But even when the bounce was doing a bit too much for her, she get on top of it and running it down to third man, looking for that single and not blocking it. Yeah, using her feet well after hitting it straight down to mid-off, just a single. But that's what I like about her. Played for West Indies for a while, but you could see the technique on offer. Anything short in the pitch, she was setting it out to mid-wicket, and if it's wide enough, she cut it through point or just in front or behind. And you could have seen that she understands where she wants to hit it, because you can see when she hits it later, when she wants to get it in front. Really good technique, something like that. Not being able to get the single. There's someone like her, even a Janina Glasgow would have cut that just in front of point. So it's between that 5 to 8 or so. Windward's batters can't really get it off the square. Can't really get to find the singles, not finding the boundary. So when someone like a Karina Noel bats 4 dot ball and gets a single, yeah, this one looks a little bit close there, Roberts. It was a good shout. Looks like it pitch in line. Yeah, full delivery again, missed out is Noel. But this is what happens when someone like a Noel bats 4 dot balls, gets a single off the 5th one. Afi Fletcher goes down. She hits a boundary or probably gets a single. This is adding pressure on someone like a Afi Fletcher who looks to rotate the strike and want to take the score on. It's the end of that over. Was now 64 for 3.
What I think from here going forward, Afi Fletcher needs to put on the thinking cap. As you rightly said, she cannot take a single off the force ball, expose Karina Noel. And on the 5th or 6th ball, Karina Noel takes a strike, take a single, and get on strike. And it's something, Kesrick, that we have saw happening in the just concluded Windward Island tournament.
Stealing a run there is a Windward Island team, but yes, we did saw it in the Windward Island tournament. We also saw in the Windward Island tournament that Noel can hit the ball. Scored 48 in a game to pull Grenada somewhat out of a ditch. But then again, you have to bowl in her areas for her to score. Barbados realized that she likes room, scampering for a single again. Skipper Aline just missing that one. Barbados realizing where she likes to score, and they're not bowling in that area. So how is she gonna score now? Because when she scored that 48 against St. Vincent in the Windward Island tournament, they bowl all those deliveries in her area, and who is gonna blame her? You bowl in my area, I'm gonna score. But when you meet bowling that's a different standard, or bowling at this level, who will make less mistakes than you get at the lower level, how are you going to score? Full toss, trying to look for the Yorker. Shanika. And this is where the challenge is. The challenge is these areas when you meet players who are better. Players who realize and analyze how you play. And they would want to be better. So they will bowl in the areas that you can't score. What are you going to do? Yeah, after just hitting it out to point again. This is going close to the boundary. Good work from Asabi Kalinda. Just 2. I like the fact that Afi is actually finding the gap. On connection, she opens the face to get it behind point. No, Elliott is somewhat behind point. A bit finer. Trying to block that shot from Afi Fletcher. Let's see if she's smart enough to go in front. Trying to go in front, but finding the edge. Yeah, Shanika did the job. Afi Fletcher, the attacking Afi Fletcher. Yeah, she has to go for 35. Windward Islands lose another wicket. The score is now 69 for 4. Yeah, big edge Roberts. Trying to get that one in front of point. Only finding the edge. Good work from Holder. Yeah, looks like a slower delivery as well. Yeah, you could see the defection. Yeah, good catch from Holder. Good glove work. Yeah, Barbados looks in control now. Yeah, the score is now 69 for 4.
But the score 169 for 4. Outgoing batswoman is Afi Fletcher. Still at the crease is Karina Noel, 13 from 21. Really and truly loving, as I mentioned, to my co-commentator earlier on that spectators, fans will definitely come out for this game, and I do want to believe that we will see a lot more in for the later games. So let's welcome back Keto. Keto, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon to you again, Rajiv. Windward Islands losing that wicket at a crucial point, you would say. Mentioned that Afi Fletcher had bat the majority of the remaining overs. Losing her at the start of the 16th over is never a good thing. One of the few players we saw quite fluent, but unfortunately lost a wicket in the last over as we see Elliott continue proceedings here from the Beckway end. Need another partnership again. Ashleen Edward coming in at number 6. Normally a opening batter by trade, So, or opening the batting for the St. Lucia women. And they recently concluded the tournament, and something that myself and Kesrick spoke about earlier in terms of these Windward Islands, the makeup of the Windward Island team. This one again, a chance for a run out, and okay, umpire Bayam not answering in the affirmative, but Karina Noel here struggling somewhat. 13 of 23 deliveries. I'm not sure what our approach is at this point in time. Just needs to get the ball into the gaps. Plenty of spaces on the offside. Try and get somewhat of a partnership going again.
Well, you leave to ask what kind of cricket is playing by Noel. 3 consecutive dot ball. She's not looking to score. Her new partner is Ashleen Edward, just lost Fletcher. And I asked the question earlier on Osnet, who will be the next Fletcher in the lineup for the Windward Island?
Well, it's a question I'm sure Edward will be trying to answer. And coming in into the 16th over here, Edward. Just to remind our viewers, a couple of changes here for the Windward Island team. Zayda James and Selena Noel out of the match today. And replaced by Selena Ross. Apologies. Mackie and Gasper coming in for the Windward Islands. It's a full delivery and not getting the sort of contact that you would like. First delivery. And a single to Edward, so she's up and running. Up to 71 for 4. We spoke about Mackie coming into the side today, Rajiv. At what point would she be employed? Only 4 overs or so to go. I was thinking maybe could have taken the gamble to let her come in at this particular stage. You know that she's one of those persons who can clear the boundaries at will, but the Windward Islands, they're up to 71 for 4. 72 for 4 actually. 4 overs remaining in this contest.
Yeah, it was basically the time that Mackie should have basically come here, Osnet. But still, smart cricket. You have to play smart cricket. Give her that license, but let her know that she still have to play smart cricket. The likes of Ashleen Edward here. She's on 1 from 1. Karina Newell, 15 from 26. 4 overs remaining. How will Windwards go?
I think they need to make a move on, a push for it. Try and get in excess of 100 in order to do so. The likes of Noel, who has been there for a while, should be quite used to conditions by now. He should maybe play the more attacking role, while Edward try and get herself used to condition. A chance for a run out. A direct hit perhaps would have had Noel there in a sort of bother, in a spot of bother, but thankfully for her and the Windward Island team, she was able to cross and make her ground successfully. A single to start the 17th over. We need to score at least 6 runs per over from here. 6 runs per over from here would get them up to 97. If you're trying to be greedy, Rajiv, and go for 8 runs per over, that will get you up to 105. Maybe more in line with where you want to be. Spoke about that 100 mark being a psychological point where you can start thinking that you have some sort of comfort or cushion given what we've seen so far in the tournament. As another single is taken. Doing it in singles at this time, the Windward Islands.
Singles are not bad, isn't it? It's important that you score off every delivery, which is important up until the 20th over. The more runs you have on board is the more pressure you apply for your opponent.
Just to remind our viewers as well, Windward Islands, they won the toss earlier, elected to bat first. This one is swinging is Noel, wicket-keeper holder. Not taken cleanly. Bye signal by the umpire, so scoreboard continues to tick along. 75 for 4. Still 6 wickets in hand. So I'm sure at some point they'll want to go a bit more aggressively. Target one bowler. Oh, she's swinging and the inside edge onto the stumps. So looking for that attacking option, Edward. And once again, failing to trouble the scorers to any extent as she goes for 2. And Windward Islands, they're up to 75 for 5, losing another important wicket.
Well, just before that delivery to Edwards, Noel had a similar delivery, but it was a little bit wider. And some shot that I was basically placed straight down the ground with a straighter bat. This horizontal bat come into play. And I guess this is why Edwards definitely lost a wicket.
Yeah, looking to punch that one through the offside, I think. Getting the inner portion of the bat back onto the stumps. And it brings Mackie into strike. Coming in at number 7. A lot of calls were made for her inclusion previously.
I like what I'm seeing from Mackie. She's hurrying coming into the wicket.
Yes. A bit of a jog to the wicket. Imposing figure, Mackie. Can be quite unorthodox. But one thing for sure, we know that she has the power. And if it is that she's able to get in and get used to conditions quite quickly, not a lot of time she has to work with. Just 3 overs remaining after this. But I'm sure she'll be quite a bit of nerves as well. I believe she's making her debut for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, it will until she gets within herself. And with a good innings here, she will definitely get within herself pretty soon. As we notice, there's a mid-on and a mid-off in for Mackie. Do you think that is the right way to go with the power that she have?
I guess the length would be back of a length, more than likely. Actually, it's a full length, so a bit of a bluff there from Bruce, who I think has come in and bowled quite a tidy spell into a third over, 2 for 13. So hasn't given a lot of runs away, and has also picked up 2 important wickets. The wicket of Fletcher, crucial in her last over.
But from observation here, Osnet, communication between the batters are not good. Now you just lost a wicket. The new batter to the crease.
Ooh, that one would have been close. She was struggling there, Mackie. Mentioned she ran out to the wicket to bat. Needed her running boots again on that occasion. Thankfully for her, a missed opportunity there for the Barbadian team. Direct hit, I think, would have been the nail in her coffin.
So as I was saying, Osnet, new batter to the crease, and you haven't have a conversation with your batter to say, this is what this bowler is doing. So just look out for this particular delivery. Pick up the line early. Play every ball on its merit.
Cumberbatch on that occasion, missing the stumps. 76 for 5, 3 overs remaining. So Barbados employing their seam bowling options at the back end of his innings. I think Cumberbatch starting the bowling. I think she has an over remaining as well. Interesting to see if we'll see her with 2 left-handers at the crease. I think that would be a good option as well for the captain. But she has opted for Connell, Shamelia Connell. 2 overs, 1 for 2 so far. Quite economical, quite miserly. Scoring just around 4.47 runs per over Windward Islands. We need to get that up to 5 at least by the end of this innings. If Mackie's there for any length of time, I think that will be the case, as she's looking to do some adjustments to her helmet, I think. You look at the field is out deep square leg and deep fine leg. Also deep extra cover. This one is back of a length from Connell. Not a lot of time remaining, as we said, for the Windward Islands to get up to a respectable total. Feel that mid on and mid off. It's looking away to our right. A bit of dark clouds circling around. No movement from the ground staff so far. This one is hit officially and in the air and caught. So not a great return here for Maki here in this encounter. She goes for one. And the Windward Islands, they are now up to 76 for 6.
Not good going for Windward Island. They had a very, very good start. So 10 overs, they were at 48 for 3. And we are in the 18th over with the score on 76 for the loss of 6 wickets. Just lost Maki. Still at the crease is Karina Noel. The projected score is 88. Connell picking up her second wicket in her third over. The new batter at the crease appeared to be of Gilbert.
Yes, Amaya Gilbert coming in at number 8. Normally a top order player. And she'll be looking to build somewhat of a partnership here with Noel. Noel has been there for a while. 28 deliveries so far for her 16 runs. Hasn't been able to score consistently, Noel. Should be looking to end on a high. But Gilbert, a good looking player, a very organized player. I just think that her services are being underutilized, to be honest. I think somewhere we just need to find a spot for her in the top order, even send her at the top of the order to bat. Seen her in the Windward Islands tournament, well organized, plays the ball in the V. And this one, it's an appeal. Bit too high, I think. And maybe a bit of an inside edge as well. But very good bowling here from Connell as Gilbert gets off the mark.
Well, the experience of Connell is basically showing here. I remember when they were here last year as well. Full of confidence is Connell. I'm happy to see that she's back and doing the same thing, leading the attack here for Barbados.
This one she's bold, comprehensively bold there from Connell. We're just giving her flowers once again, illustrating her experience. And not the best of shots from Carillion Noel. I'm not sure if there was an inside edge or deflection of some sort. But one thing I'm sure of is that the middle stump is back out of the ground. And another wicket goes, Windward Islands. The wheels are coming off here. And Noel goes. The set batter goes once again. They're up to 77 for 7. And Barbados looking to take home the initiative here.
77 for 7 is not what the Windward Islands would have been hoping for, but Barbados will take this on any given day with some rain around. 2 wickets in the over so far from Connell. 1 run given. 1 more delivery to go. She has now gone 3 for 3 from 2.5. Maybe at the end of this over we'll be seeing all 3s.
Well, from a Barbados perspective, they'll be hoping that is the case. Brilliant spell so far from Connell. Shamelia Connell, 3 overs, 2.5 overs, 3 for 3. New batter, St. John. And she managed to negotiate that final delivery. But it's been a good all-round effort from the Barbados team. The pick of the bowlers being Shamelia Connell, 3 for 3. Shanika Bruce as well, I thought, bowled a very good spell, 2 for 14. The other wicket taker being Cumberbatch, who started proceedings, 3 overs, 1 for 9. These 2 at the crease now, Roberts, they will need to bat the remainder of these overs and try and muster as much runs as possible. Both of them Dominicans, so they want to make their country proud, and by extension the region proud.
What is important for both batters at the crease to get some scores to the name and help the Windward Island to get a total that they can defend. 2 more overs remaining. Abini St. John yet to get off the mark. Face 1 delivery. Amaya Gilbert, 1 from 2. The ball in hand is Shanika Bruce into a final over. 14 runs, 2 wickets, 3 overs so far.
It's been a tight spell from Bruce, coming in at a crucial stage of the innings. This one is driven nicely to the left of Connell. Gets a single. Gilbert doesn't have the power of some of our predecessors, but does have a good technique, a good batting technique. Gilbert, along with St. John, both of these players will know each other quite well. Have a task to do here for the Windward Islands. When it's a full delivery and punch down the ground, just short of Cumberbatch. Made a diving attempt, showing a bit of commitment there. Cumberbatch, in the end, can't effect that catch.
What I love about that fielder, that commitment that's shown right there, it shows that they want to get this over and over as soon as possible. She went for the catch and not for the single. And she took that catch, wasn't it? It would have been 8 down for the Windward Island.
Just not getting this sort of momentum into their innings, the Windward Island team. At one stage, they were 74 for 4. So lost about 3 wickets for 5 runs. Not what you want at the back end of the innings, as Gilbert is looking to play a dill scoop, as they would say. Get the fielder short, fine leg and third man up. Was an option if she's able to execute it. A bit of innovation, but not paying off on that occasion. Score remains 79 for 7. Swinging this one down the ground, Gilbert. Singles, I'm sure Barbados will not be too perturbed by this succession of singles we're seeing. Up to 80. It's going to get around 90. We spoke about the average score being around 90 to 95 runs in the tournament so far. Yes, it's just a matter of trying to get there, and hopefully bowling effort is good enough to allow you to be competitive. As another single is taken to finish off the 19th over, and at the end of it, 81 for 7. Windward Islands women, having won the toss all year round this afternoon, electing to bat first. And it's been a bit of a struggle for them so far in terms of putting up a competitive total.
Well, it take me back again to ask the question. When you have a well-packed batting lineup as the Windward Island women cricket team have, the power hitter in your squad is Afi Fletcher. When that Afi Fletcher is back in the hut, who is going to put up their hand to be that next Afi Fletcher?
That's been a challenge for them in terms of finding players who, as this one is swung in the air, should be an easy catch. Holder comes in and takes it quite comfortably in the end. So that's the end of St. John. I'm looking to be aggressive, pulling that one through the onside, getting a top edge, and presenting a rather simple opportunity there for Holder, who accepted it quite gleefully in the end. And another wicket again for Connell, her foot. And Windward Islands, their wheels continue to come off here in this encounter. Rung number 3, match number 2. 8 wickets down.
Well, with the experience that Connell bring here, she is have 4 wickets so far for only 3 runs. I know she will definitely be going to look for that 5. She have 5 balls remaining in her spell to do such.
Connell again hitting that hard length, as they would say. And St. John looking to be aggressive, understandably so, given it's the last over of proceedings. And in the end, just presenting a simple opportunity there for Trishan Holder. And we've seen Holly Charles make her way to the wicket. Powerful Holly Charles. I'm sure she'll be swinging for the fences as well. Well, quite a bit of anticlimax on that occasion. A forward defensive into over number 20.
But it would have been good for her to be swinging to the fence, but that one did not that length that Connell is bowling did not give you the length to be swinging to the fence.
81 for 8, Windward Island women. Swinging this time, but not making any sort of contact that she was looking for. Gets a single though. She's up and running. Windward Island women, they're 82 for 8. Brings Gilbert back into strike. What can she muster up here, Gilbert? Likes to go down the ground, which is a good option at this stage, given the fact that the mid-off is in, mid-on is also in. Those 3 fielders out. In fact, 4 fielders out at deep square leg, deep fine leg, deep third man, and deep extra cover. The short and rushing her to some extent. Just got enough on it to make its way down to third man and coming back for second. And I think she would have made it quite comfortably in the end. So a bit of desperation creeping in for the Windward Island effort. 2 more runs added to the total.
Good running there by Gilbert and Holly Charles. Still with ball in hand, Connell searching for that first 5 of the tournament.
Shot again and pulling it, but as we've seen throughout this entire innings, Rajiv, a well set field from the Barbados skipper, Aline.
Yeah, when you have a captain as head as light as Tissue, it means that it could be a lot will be easier for you. And with the bowlers bowling the way that they are bowling, the work became easier, hasn't it, for any captain?
Dot ball to finish the innings. So end of a brilliant spell by Connell. 4 overs, 4 for 8. Best bowling figures so far in the tournament by far. Other player getting 4 wicket haul. We saw Elliott and also Munisa getting 4 wickets as well. But it's been a very good effort from the Barbados team in terms of bowling as a unit. All of the bowlers contributed in some way, and they were able to derail the progress of the Windward Island women. They just managed to get up to 86 for 8. So it means therefore that the Barbados team, having chased so well in the tournament so far, 2 victories by way of chasing, they will need to make it a 3rd successful chase in this tournament if they are to come up trumps here this afternoon. They will need to get 87 to win. What we'll do now, we'll take a short break and we will join you in just around 10 minutes time.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville playing field to continue this encounter between the Windward Island and Barbados. Barbados needed 87 runs for victory. With me to continue this wonderful game will be Kato.
Hey, good afternoon to you, Kesrick. And good afternoon to all our viewers. 87 for victory. Interesting chase on our hands here this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely interesting chase. We know how Barbados played through their power play with someone like Ebony Brathwaite and Trishan Holder at the crease. There to start things off for the Windward Islands is Janila Glasgow starting with a wide. Haven't really been herself with ball in hand. We could definitely see the improvement with bat. Saw most of that in the Windward Island tournament just before this tournament. So something different today as well from the Windward Island. We would usually see someone like a Selena Ross with ball in hand coming from the airport end, the old airport end. Today we are seeing Janila Glasgow with ball in hand. Haven't really scored a lot of runs today with batting hand, but she definitely have to do something with the ball if the Windward Islands have any chance of winning this game. And coming off the back foot, finding the edge. No slip in place. But down to the boundary, the third man boundary. Just a single. Trying to change the field here. Glasgow asking the third man to come up, and then she push out that deep cover. So there's a sweep and a deep mid wicket. Usually start things off for Barbados. Very interesting to see how she goes against someone at the likes of Janila Glasgow with that international experience behind her. Scored 38 off just about 17 balls or so in the last game. Took a liking into Jamaica. Yeah, and eased into that one is Ebony Brathwaite for 4.
Quite powerful down the ground, something that we've seen throughout the tournament, but the discussion all in terms of teams taking advantage of the power play. One of those teams has been Barbados, and that is largely due to the exploit of Ebony Brathwaite, 17-year-old. Striking it like a 25-year-old there, Kesrick.
I'm happy that I'm not bowling to the Kato. She usually just goes for a sighter, now just opening the face. Yeah, there should have been 2. Bowler just settling for 1. She's the main aggressor for Barbados, and one that I think the selectors can look at in terms of how she played, knowing that T20 World Cup is around the corner. Driving nicely, but finding the fielder. 7 off the first over. Barbados looking good already.
It's a good start from Barbados in response to this rather underwhelming total there from the Windward Island women. 86, 7 without loss, requiring to score just over 4 runs per over. As you mentioned, Barbados, they're a team that will look to maximize the power play. I'm just looking at the options, the bowling options here for the Windward Islands, and I'm thinking, to a player like Elliott, we know that Barbadians, by nature, they prefer the ball coming on to the bat. So I'm wondering if a slower option, a slow bowling option, would have been ideal for the situation. Now we have the likes of Afi Fletcher. I'm not sure how comfortable she will be bowling in the power play, leg spin in the power play as well. No Zeta James today. I think she would have been an ideal option, especially against these two right-handers.
Yeah, knowing you need wickets, it's the only thing that's going to help you to win this game. You're going to need someone like the likes of Afi Fletcher and Janela Glasgow to come up chumps today. Even the debutant, Murray. Chanel Murray, that is.
Mackie, yes.
Chanel Mackie.
I think she's from your part of the country as well, Keswick.
Yeah, that's embarrassing, huh? Definitely from my area. Also play netball. Yeah, trying to go big. May fall overboard fielders just outside the 30-yard circle. Yeah, how lucky is Bratwit?
Yeah, a bit of luck on her part there, Brathwaite. Good start from Karina Noel. Just what we come to expect from her. Good line, good length. There was Brathwaite looking to power that one really, playing through the line. Don't take a step of wicket where you will be able to do that quite consistently, given the lack of pace. But thankfully for her and the Barbados team, just able to evade Crafton there at backward point.
I want to ask a question though, Kato. Seeing that the average score in this tournament is somewhere around 91, 93, about there. Do you think, knowing that the World Cup is around the corner, the ICC Women's World Cup is around the corner, do you think the standard that we're seeing here from these females, do you think that they're anywhere close to being the standard that they should be at, knowing that the next step is international cricket?
Well, you alluded to it earlier, Keswick, in terms of what we've seen, some of the frailties we've seen in the batting for a lot of the teams, inability to walk the ball consistently in the gaps, dot deliveries, and of course the lack of emergence of new talent, as they would say. I know we have seen the likes of Ebony Brathwaite coming on to the scene, but we have not seen a lot of players coming through. Still the same experienced campaigners we're seeing doing well for their teams. So it's a worry at some stage. It's a worry at this stage, really. Into round number 3 of the tournament, you can understand players trying to get used to conditions. I haven't played 2 rounds of cricket already. We're not seeing a sort of consistent performance by teams in the tournament so far. Just to add to that, we already know that the gap between this tournament and international cricket has been getting a bit wider over the years. We're no longer competing at the standards that we have used to. You know, we have a few world-class talents in our ranks, the likes of Haley Matthews, Deandra Dottin, Chanel Henry, all of those players not a part of this tournament. There was really an opportunity for the players, given the opportunity now, to step up to the plate, as they would say. But hopefully we might see some improved performances in the back end of the tournament.
Yeah, I like that answer. Definitely want to see some more improvement, and hopefully we can see some performance in the back end of the tournament. We have seen glimpses of some nice players coming through. In every tournament that you have, that's a wide delivery. In every tournament, every year, you at least want to find minimum 3 to 4 players or so. From every single tournament, there must be at least 4 players that is coming out that's new. that you could see glimpse of to probably look like they may get into this West Indies squad maybe this year, next year, or 2 years from now. We end up another over. Good over from Noel. Just 2 from it. But if you're not getting that, if every year the tournament is playing and you're not seeing glimpses of new players or prospects looking to get into that Windward squad, that West Indies squad, you then should start thinking a bit more. How can we correct this? There must be other things to put in place to get our structure to the standard that it should get to produce more players. That's what this tournament is about. They're trying to go big into the pitch. It's Glasgow. Just finding the edge. Going over the keeper. Bradford live another life.
Good change of length there from Glasgow. Changing field as well. We're now seeing a long on in place. We saw in her previous over she was thumped down to long on for Bungry. There's also a deep mid wicket in place. So I think that short delivery is a good option to try against Brathwaite. What will be the follow-up delivery now? Oh, it's a jab catch. Mackie there at extra cover. I'm not sure if the sun was in her eyes. She's giving us that is the impression. It was driven firmly, but should have been taken really.
Yeah, should have been a catch. Easy catch that is. Regulation catch. If you remove someone like a Brathwaite early, you're putting yourself in the game. You're asking early questions of Barbados. She's that type of batter that can take the game away from you.
Normally a safe pair of hands, Mackie. Had the most catches coming out of the recently concluded Windward Island tournament. As I mentioned before, that sun, the direction at the sun at this point, I'm not making any excuses, mind you, but just looking at the direction of the sun, and if you even if you're looking at her now, you'll see that she has her hands up trying to limit the glaze. But certainly a chance that the Windward Islands needed to take earlier on in the piece, especially of that of Brathwaite.
Trying to get cheeky there again, Holder. Trying to give Oakley a free advertisement there, Peter. If you want to get rid of the glaze, get some Oakley shades.
Indeed, sir.
Don't steal that tagline, Oakley. 10%.
Coming in to make our debut here, Mackie, I'm sure that would be going through her mind. The longer that Brathwaite stays there. Chance for run out. Direct hit.
This looks good.
And she's up.
This looks good, kid. Yeah, this is looking good for Windwards. A direct show. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Windwards. Get a run out, get a wicket, somehow get rid of Ebony Brathwaite. The dangerous Ebony Brathwaite only could get to 9. Yeah, she has to go. Push down the ground. Good work there from Karina Noel. Yeah, we need to see this again. This looks pretty close. This looks pretty close. So we need the team to take it back. This is good. We want to see it from here. Yeah, this is looking good for Brathwaite. Brathwaite may be given another life here. What's the decision?
I think the only doubt that exists there is whether or not the wicketkeeper would have broken his stumps before the ball hit the stumps. I think she was out by a long way, Brathwaite. It's just that doubt in terms of whether or not the stumps were disturbed. think it was a direct hit. So, in the end, the umpire had square leg, adjudicating that was a run out. The Brathwaite has to go. And Barbados, they lose their first wicket, 12 for 1. But brilliant piece of work there from Karina Noel, a good all-around cricketer as we mentioned earlier. Good with the bat, opening the bowling for the Windward Islands, and pretty electric in the field as well.
Yeah, seeing the back of Ebony Brathwaite really will give some life to the Windward Island team. We know how dangerous she is. And a short delivery early, wide. From Byam, from St. Vincent.
Well, I'll tell you who is the most relieved of the fielders. It would be Chanel Mackey, having put her down previously. Quite simple catch in the end, but spilt it, and I'm sure she'll be quite pleased, elated to say the least, to see the back of Brathwaite. Not causing the team any sort of runs.
Losing her line here is Janila Glasgow. She needs to get it right. You have already removed the dangerous Ebony Brathwaite. Yes, via the run-out route. But she's gone. That's the most important thing. Have to get it right now. Kamabash is at the crease. She usually takes her time to get starts. Trishan Holder, she's not a batter that will kill you, so you can bowl dots to her. She would occupy the crease, which is something that she have been doing for Barbados for a while. Yeah, but a dot to finish the over. The score now is 14 for 1.
A crucial breakthrough in that over for the Windward Island team, getting the big wicket there of Ebony Brathwaite, one of the leading run scorer in the tournament coming into this round. Hit the most sixes as well. So certainly somebody you want to get out of the power play. From a Barbados perspective, it's now an opportunity for somebody else to put their hand up and be counted. Need somewhat of a partnership at this stage. I think Karina Noel and company, sorry, they'll be looking to continue to make inroads into this batting lineup.
What I think is most important now for the Windward Island team is to continue to create that pressure. As I mentioned, Kamabash usually takes a while to get started. Trishan Holder, she will not damage you. So if you can bowl most of the deliveries to her, create some pressure on Kamabash. Hit those good areas, then if you can put them under that sort of pressure that they have never been in so far for this tournament, usually will have Ebony Brathwaite giving them that start in the power play, maximizing that power play. So it's always smooth sailing between that 6 to 15 overs. Yeah, this is nice. Class. Take your camera out, Kato, because picture perfect.
Classy there from Cumberbatch, just coming on to the front foot and stroking that one nicely through the offside. It's always important that you find the gap. You try to hit it too hard, offered a bit of room outside the off stump, and just caressed it really and into the fence for her first boundary. And Barbados looking to build a partnership here following the loss of Ebony Brathwaite.
Yeah, cutting his Kamabash, but hitting it straight to the middle of fielder. It's Holly out there. I'm still wondering why I'm not seeing someone like a Crafton being used a bit more with ball in hand.
I think it goes back to what we were discussing earlier, Kesrick, in terms of the Windward Islands team. When you look at it on paper, they have a lot of resources. Bowling resources, batting resources. I just think that so far in the tournament, they've not been able to get it together in a way that will maximize how well they perform, whether with the bat or with the ball. Their bowling hasn't been too bad, limiting teams to 93 and 96, I think, so far in the tournament, Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. But it's important that I think that the management team have to find a way of thinking outside of the box. And you mentioned Crafton. We saw quite a bit in the Windward Island tournament. Good pace. I think she played for the West Indies as well. So certainly someone you want to push in this tournament, not only to look at this tournament on a whole, but looking forward as a forward-thinking mechanism. But we'll get back to that conversation in the next over as 4 overs is completed. 19 for 1, Barbados responding to 86 made by the Windward Islands.
Yeah, I've had conversation about Craft and her being utilized properly in this Windward Island team. Just coming back from a shin splint injury, that's what I've been told. So probably just giving her that break, not rushing her to get back into things, but we saw what she can do with ball in hand. She did play for St. Lucia in the Windward Island tournament. Best figures of 4 for 2 runs. There was Afi Fletcher now with ball in hand. Oh, amazing. Amazing. How good is she? How good is she, Kato? Removing. How often have we seen Afi removing the bails off the off stump?
Brilliant again from Afi Fletcher, all of her experience and talent coming to the forefront. Looking at this delivery again, pitching just around mid-run off, spinning past the outside edge. Holder there had no clue, and a good breakthrough for the Windward Island team, looking to defend what is, in my estimation, a subpar total.
Yeah, going back, going deep in the crease and away from the ball. Yeah, she was never to the pitch of that one. It really just pitched on that, just inside of the off stump, so just on middle or so. Yeah, but she was going back instead of coming forward, not getting to the pitch. Yeah, just on the line of the middle stump or so, but she was going back, not really going forward. Yeah, how much times have we seen Afi Fletcher removing the off stump for batters?
We spoke about the introduction of spin earlier as well. I made mention of the fact that I'm not sure how comfortable Afi would be with the new ball in hand, bowling in the power play. She's coming to the 5th over or so, and right away getting a wicket. Spin is always a good option against Barbados traditionally.
Yeah, creating problems. It's very surprising that they would have that issue against the spin when they probably have 3 of the better spinners in the tournament. We know that they're a team that's packed with a lot of pace, even in the male team as well. Some of the fastest bowlers we have ever encountered in cricket in the Caribbean is from Barbados. Yeah, trying to go down the ground, hitting it straight to Karina Noel out there at mid-off. She's someone as well that the Windward Island can use. Abini St. John bowls some leg spin. Even Amaya Gilbert bowls some off break.
I think they've included Gasper as well in the side for today's game, so it's another slow bowling option for Windward Island team if they're willing to utilize such an option. I mentioned the fact that they have a wealth of options available, just a matter of utilizing the right option at the right time.
I like the fact that you mentioned that, because I'm looking at the field now and we're going to count it together from mid-off you have a fast bowler. Yeah, beauty. Too good to watch. Too good. You have Chanel Mackie bowls off spin. Gilbert at cover, bowls off spin. Crafton at backward point, bowls left arm pace. Janila Glasgow at slip, bowls pace. Gasper, who is now doing chase, will not get enough legs to get to stop it. Gasper is an off spinner. A Beanie St. John. Looks like it's a. Is it 4 buys?
4 whites.
4 wides. Trying to look at the field and at St. John now, who's also a leg spinner. Edward is at deep mid wicket. She's a keeper. And then Holly Charles is standing at middle. She's a fast bowler. So packed with a lot of resources here is a Windward Island team. But how are they going to use them?
I think that's $1 million question, Kesrick. And it's a question that we get answered at the end of this innings as Barbados. They look to successfully chase this 87 runs for victory here this afternoon. They're up to 26 for 2, scoring just around 5 runs per over and requiring a further 61 runs from 90 deliveries. So certainly not a lot of pressure by way of scoreboard pressure. Just need to preserve their wickets, the Barbados team. But the Windward Islands, they'll be looking to get more inroads into this batting lineup as we see Holly Charles making her way into the bowling attack.
Well, it's Holly with ball in hand. The ever striking Holly usually picks up wicket for the Windward Island team, and they will need her to come good today. Somebody who have been here all day and have been doing a fine job is Mr. Roberts, who will join me now to continue.
Yes, Keswick, thanks for having me back here. 26 for 2, Barbados, Windward Island. Holly Charles with ball in hand.
That could have been dangerous. Good work there from Afi Fletcher. Looking like she's rolling back the years, Roberts. Looking like she's just 20.
Well, the importance of this game as well, because with ball in hand, Keswick, we saw what Afi did in that over. And now, in field, she's definitely bringing out her A game.
Such a confident player over the years for Windwards, for West Indies, driving nicely. It's Cumberbatch, just out to skipper Janila Glasgow. Just remember that the main skipper, Zayda James, is out today because of a small niggle. Yeah, short and pumped with some authority down the ground. It's Cumberbatch, 4 runs.
That's what I was just about to say. Good going by the Windward Islands and good going for Holly Charles. Her first 3 deliveries is dot ball. Her 4th win, 4-4. Barbados is getting a move on 34-2 in over number 6.
There's something that we have become accustomed to with this Barbados team, being able to maximize the power play so that they can make it a bit easier in the middle. Loss at Ebony Bratwit early, only added 9. Pretty sure this isn't the last of her in this tournament. You will definitely see more of her. Yeah, what we'll see is more of that as well. Yeah, easy. Short in the pitch, pulled over mid-wicket by Cumberbatch. Yeah, easy shot, Roberts.
Yeah, easy on the bats of the Bajans. I did not get to see any of them previous game, but from what I heard, because Rick, as you guys mentioned earlier on, that this is what we expect. And with the likes of Leeward Islands playing the cricket that they're playing, Barbados playing the way that they're playing here, Windward's trying to get themselves in this game because they definitely need some points on the table. So winning this game will do very well for the Windward Islands. But Barbados definitely seems like they don't want to let them in at any given point here, Kesrick.
And somebody who would have a lot to say about probably peeking in the Barbados dressing room would be Afi Fletcher. Yeah, trying to go down the ground. Yeah, loud appeal from the Windward Island team. On move is Byam. Yeah, hands and hip, wondering, where did I go wrong? It was a loud appeal. Everybody went up. Both batters at the crease. Batters that likes to rotate the strike and they would hit their odd boundaries. They're looking for two, but they only settle for one.
Barbados still need 52 runs for victory, while the Windward Islands searching for 8 more wickets to get their first win in this CWI Women's T20 blaze here at Arnesville. Beautiful bowling there by Afi Fletcher. Definitely spinning the webs here, Kesrick.
Yeah, bowling a gem of a spell. Saw that in the last game as well. Yeah, flighted delivery. It's getting the inside edge of the bat. It's a single. The most senior player in this tournament so far is Afi Fletcher, Leon Kirby, Anisia Mohammed. I think Brittany Cooper is up there as well. And so far, all 4 have shown why they are the experienced players and why the younger players have to learn from them, because the way how they go about playing their cricket and executing. Yeah, well ball again. Yeah, so a dot to finish things off. The score is 36-2.
What I would definitely love to see here is the next 4 or 5 overs is spin from either end, Keswick. It will definitely be good for the Windward Island teams, because as we know, they have the likes of Gilbert, they have Afi Fletcher, they are no Zeta James today out because of injury. They have St. John as well inside there, and as I spoke, Gilbert will be bowling from the Peckway end, and we know what she can do. We saw what she have in her armory from the Windward Islands tournament. How would she go about here against Barbados? Left to be seen. Very, very good bowling there by Afi Fletcher. Barbados 36-2 after 7 overs. Still looking to get 51 more runs.
Yeah, well, we're seeing Amaya Gilbert for the first time with ball in hand. Hails from Dominica. Her approach to the crease alone can tell you that she's such a fine bowler. Varies her pace well. Sometimes can be a bit too short. I think she's guilty of that. But she's definitely a player for the future for Windward Islands and possibly for the West Indies. Yeah, this is good. This is smart. Even Abini St. John, we haven't seen her as yet with ball in hand. Bowls something similar to what we'll get from Elliott from Barbados. Bowls leg spin, toss it very high. Gets good bounce and turn. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes can get too short. Just figure she can probably pull the batters on the front foot a bit more. She's still pretty young. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. She tends to grip the ball a bit too tight and pull it down. And then that one comes out short into the pitch. Sometimes can bounce twice before it gets to the batter. Now it's a free hit, releasing that pressure. Yeah, wide and cut. Deserve the treatment. Deserve the treatment. Yeah, it was wide, Robertson. Spanked through, extra cover for 4. No fielder moved on the offside.
Yeah, she just have to get the simple things right. As you mentioned, Keswick, she is a young lad and it's important for the experience of Afi Fletcher. Have a little conversation with her. Let she just able to do the right things. It's Windward Island cricket here at Arnisville. They're coming up against, and that should be a no ball as well, Keswick. All wide by the umpire.
Usually starts pretty well, but somewhere along the line, I'm not sure if it's a concentration thing or is it just trying to do too much at once. First 4 deliveries, pretty good. Now it's somewhat like she's all over. Yeah, that's another wide delivery.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I think the likes of Afi Fletcher should definitely go up to her, have a conversation. It's the future of Windward's and the West Indies cricket. But the experience that Avi have, right there at mid-off, have a conversation with the bowler. That should be called, and it's called a wide. Yeah, and I think that's what Afi is about doing now. I think this should have been done about 2 balls ago.
This is Gasper. I was just showing there. She's standing there at fine leg. Still not going to take anything away from her, Miss Gilbert. This one a little bit fuller, but wider. Trying to cut that one, Cumberbatch, but a doctor finish. Not the best of starts for Amaya Gilbert. We all know that she's a lot better than that. She just needs to come to the party and stay in the party. Yeah. It's another change of bowling. Looks like it's Gasper with ball in hand. Windward Islands will be hoping that she can sort of stifle Barbados here. Have them gasping for air. There's still Harley Charles. And this is not what you want from your fielders, your bowlers. You just bowl her over. It wasn't the best, but you need to keep your head up. Yeah, full delivery. This could be a catch. Oh, falling short just in front of Abini St. John. Yeah, should have been a catch, really. You need to take these catches. If you're gonna win the game, you have to turn these half chances into full chances, Roberts.
Yeah, what just happened there, Kesrick, this is something I saw in the previous game when Windward played and lost. And St. John is the guilty person there again in this game against Barbados, taking those half chances, make them into chances. It will do very well for Windward Island today. The score now on 49-4-2 in the 9th over. Barbados still need 38 for victory. And Windward Island searching for 8 more wickets here. Gaspar have 3 more legal balls remaining. That should be caught. And that's a wicket they have been searching for, Kesrick. Outgoing is a Cumberbatch 15 off for 23. Very, very well bowled.
Yeah, well, it was short. Yeah, Cumberbatch trying to come back to cut it over backward point. Only could have found the hand of Noel. Yeah, a wicket that the Windward Islands are looking for. Cumberbatch has to go for 15. The score is now 49 for 3.
With the score at 49-4-3 in the 9th over. Calendar still at the wicket, 9 from 11. Gaspar into her 4th over. Picked up her 4th wicket. 3 for 1 so far from 4 deliveries. New batter is Aline. Would definitely love to see Afi Fletcher with another over. Also build the confidence of Gilbert, who still have 3 more overs up her sleeve. Have conversation regular with her. Build her confidence. As we just saw the wicket today, the 3rd wicket of the Barbados team. 49-4-3. Can Gaspar pick up another wicket here for the Windward Islands?
Yeah, trying to go big. Going to batter and the keeper. Yeah, the captain walks out. She's someone that's not gonna block. If you need someone to play some shots. Yeah, sweeping. Calendar. Successful first over for Adik Gaspar. Picking up the important wicket of Cumberbatch. Caught at backward point. First over for Windward Island team, picking them up an important wicket. It's Abini St. John now with ball in hand to bowl a little bit of a leg spin.
I'm happy with what I'm seeing here from the Windward Island, Kesrick. Not getting the batters to settle to one pace. Using your bowlers that you have. Afi still have overs to bowl. Holly still have overs to bowl. The captain, Janila Glasgow, still have a few up her sleeve as well. Gaspar just bowled 1 over. Picked up that wicket. And here comes Abini.
Short delivery into the pitch. We know what to expect from Ali. Down the pitch and finding the gap easily to the left of Afi Fletcher. Full delivery. Expect someone of a class will dispatch those.
Barbados having to move on. The score at 54-43 in the 10th over. Still in need of 33 for victory. The Windward Islands still searching for 7 more wickets to get their 4th win in this tournament. Will be called wide by the umpire. Another run added to the total for the Bajans. 55-43. 4 balls remaining in this 10th over from Abini. Beautiful pull. That is what they have been searching for, Kesrick. Abini picked up our 4th wicket.
Flighted delivery. Playing over that one is Alia Aline. Looking to score. She's that type of batter that always look to score. Inside edge. Getting to the pitch, but her bat just went a bit too far away from her body. And then take the inside edge. First wicket for Abini St. John. Alia has to go. Just 4 though. The score is now 55-4. With that wicket, we're definitely going to take a jinx break here in the comebox, and we'll be back to continue this encounter.
Glasgow. Yeah, keep talking to she there. Keep talking to she. Let me go, Abini.
Welcome back. Just after that short drinks break, Windward Islands making a crucial breakthrough just before the drinks break. Abini getting a wicket of Aline on that occasion, coming into her first over of the tournament. Abini St. John, successful one, hasn't been the best of starts by way of consistency, but on that occasion, getting the inside edge back onto the stumps, Aline and the Barbados team fluttering to some extent, 55 for 4. New player Selman, Shakira Selman, coming in at number 6 for Barbados. Bit of experience in the middle order. And it's going to be crucial that they build a partnership here. Not a lot of pressure in terms of that required run rate, Rajiv, but a partnership definitely needed.
Well, it's important to test the middle order for the Bajans, and this is definitely what Windward Island is doing here. But Abini might have a little bit of a difference here with, and that is out. Another wicket here to Abini.
Yeah, this is what we saw from Abini during the Windward Island tournament, her ability to get wickets. She may not be the most consistent, but bowling leg spin, who is, apart from the great Shane Warne, may his soul rest in peace. But leg spin is a difficult art. And once again, getting it right on this occasion, going for that sweep shot. And as we look at the replay, pitching in line. And not sure if that hit the pad or hit the glove. I'd love to see it again. But in the end, the umpire adjudicated that it hit the pad and it was hitting on to hit the stumps. Bit of dip. I think it was somewhat of a googly as well. And what do you think, Ruffy?
Yeah, looking at this replay over and over, it appeared to me that it hit the gloves before it hit the pad.
Yeah, I think Calendar on that occasion would count herself being quite unlucky. You can see the dejection in her face, looking at the umpire. Stood there for a while, but in the end, the umpire's decision is one that matters most. And in her opinion, it was heading on to hit the stump. So, unfortunately for Barbados, they lose their 5th wicket. So, the wheels seem to be coming off here with the introduction of spin. And 56 for 5. As Gasper starts over number 11. The game certainly turning out to be one of a bit of excitement at the back end. For a while, the Barbadians, they were cruising. Now requiring a further 31 runs from 9.5 overs. This one a bit of a long hop, but thankfully for her and the Windward Island team, Selman on that occasion not able to get enough bat and finally got there at extra cover. Just need to exert some control here, the Windward Islands, having taken a couple of wickets. This one is punched down the ground. Captain Glasgow comes around and limit the batters to a single. Score moves up to 57 for 5. Those wickets certainly have made things a bit more interesting.
What is interesting here, Osnet, with the scores across the tournament so far, just around 100. Any team who have 110, 120 could basically say they have this game, because teams are defending scores of around 80.
Well, the Windward Islands, they've been victim of 2 poor run chases in the tournament so far, chasing on 94 and 96. Fell short on both occasions. So quite understandably, they elected to bat first this afternoon. And posting a total of 86 for 8. I'm not sure they would have been totally satisfied with that sort of total. But it's a type of total where if you're able to get all the wickets and continue to put the pressure on the opposition, it will remain competitive, and that is what we have seen for the 28 runs required at this stage. 2 players, Gordon and Selman, both new at the crease, looking to mount somewhat of a recovery at this stage. It's working this one neatly. That's all that is required really. Having that required run rate just around 3.05 runs per over. Walking the ball into the gaps should be the order of the day. It's the end of another good over there from Gasper. Finishes on second, 1 for 7 so far. And Barbados chasing a total of 87 for victory here in round number 3. Match number 2 of the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. They are 60 for 5.
With the way these spinners are bowling here, I would definitely love to see from either end Affleck Fletcher, who have, I think, 2 overs remaining. Barbados still need a 27 for victory. They have 9 overs remaining to do so. Windward Islands need to pick up wickets in order for them to be victorious. So we'd like to see the like of Affleck Fletcher back with ball in hand and try to pick up at least 2 more wickets, 2 or 3 more wickets to dent Barbados from this chase.
Start of the 12th over. St. John, I'm sure she'll be quite buoyed by her previous over. She was able to get 2 wickets, 2 big wickets as well. And continuing proceedings here from the Beckwith end. But I take your point in terms of the reintroduction of Fletcher into the attack, the most experienced spinner and a potential match winner as well for the Windward Island team. So I'm sure her 2 overs are going to be crucial to the outcome of this encounter. Barbados team, I'm sure they'll have one eye on that. But for now, it's all about building a partnership. They can afford to soak up a few dot deliveries. This one a bit misdirected. And that has been a challenge really for St. John and Gasper to some extent. They've not bowled a lot in this tournament. In fact, they're bowling for the first time in the tournament. Big stage for them. So, Maya Gilbert as well struggling in terms of her direction. All 3 bowlers coming in for their first bowl of the tournament. So it's always going to be a bit of nerves coming into play. As we see Selman using her feet and getting the ball down to long on for a single. I think she's going to play a crucial role as well. A very experienced campaigner, Shakira Selman, played for the West Indies for a number of years. So her experience would be critical to the Barbados effort. This one kept a bit low outside the off stump and a bit belatedly a signal wide. Just can't afford to give these extras when you're defending a total of 86.
Something I always say to bowlers, there's a spot on the pitch that belongs to you. And when you find that sweet spot, you do not need to move from there. Abini, her 4th over was good. Her 2nd over, she has been all over the place. Find that sweet spot. It belongs to you. It's there on the pitch. Windward Islands still need 5 wickets. Barbados 65 for 5. Barbados looking to get a 3rd win on the trot, while the Windward Island is looking to get their 4th victory.
Short break in play. Not sure the reasoning. Seeing the Barbados physio coming onto the field. Maybe a slight injury to Gordon, attempting to sweep on that occasion. Maybe ricocheting onto her helmet or something of that nature. So just standard concussion procedures. Not sure it's nothing to really worry about as we see the physio making our way back off the field. So 65 for 5 as we look again to that direction where we normally get rain from. Rajiv, I'm sure you'll know this area a bit more than I do. But some dark clouds gathering, hopefully they stay away. And we can get a full complement of overs throughout the game. Just to remind our viewers, following this encounter, we have Jamaicans coming up against Guyana. But for now, it's the Windward Islands looking to get that 1st win registered in this tournament. And Barbados looking to further exert their dominance by way of their 3rd victory. Just waiting on the signal here from the umpire. Wide, yes. So once again, that sort of misdirection creeping in into St. John. This one is a flighted delivery. And punch through the offside. Timed well enough. Should challenge the boundary. In fact, just rushes into the boundary. Almost happened in slow motion that entire play. But in the end, a very good shot there from Selman. Total moves up to 71 for 5.
Still have the likes of Noel. Still have the likes of Janelia Glasgow, Afi Fletcher. I think it's time for any one of these three to be back. You do not want this to go the way it's going. But given the ball to the inexperience of St. John and Gaspar and the likes of Gilbert as well, with such a small total to defend.
Oh, another opportunity goes a begging. I think the bowler on that occasion needed to be closer to the stumps. Was a bit of a mix-up between these two. But in the end, all's well that ends well for the Barbadian team. 71 for 5, chasing 87 for victory.
Barbados still in need of 16 runs. 8 overs remaining. Afi Fletcher will be back with ball in hand. 16 runs from 48 deliveries.
I'm tempted to say it's an over too late for Afi Fletcher. I think she needed to be in the attack when they still had around 30 runs to play with or so. I just thought also that maybe an extra over in that first spell would have been the way to go. But Captain Glasgow thought differently, bringing her back now in over number 13. Barbados requiring just around 16 runs for victory. This one is swept and swept nicely. Well timed out to deep square leg. Charles comes around. And a good bit of fielding from her. Sweep shot is certainly a shot we have seen employed by the Barbadian team throughout this contest. At times, quite successfully. Ring of fielders on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, short fine leg. 2 deep fielders on the onside. A deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. So it's a thin line between attack and defense here for the Windward Island team. On one hand, they'll want to apply a bit of pressure, but they don't want the game to be over in the next 2 overs or so. They want to create any sort of wicket-taking opportunity, as once again the experience of Selman coming to the forefront. Just walking that one nicely behind square and takes another single.
Who's going to partner with Afi Fletcher here from the other end is very important for the Windward Islands. As I mentioned, we had the likes of Noel. We had the likes of the captain, Janila Glasgow. And still have Holly Charles. The target is not a huge one. It's 14 remaining. And Barbados definitely have just over 7 overs remaining to do such.
These two doing it quite comfortably at this point in time. Spoke about the experience of Selman. Always good to have those experienced players in tight situations. Oh, she's bowled, is it? Loud appeal. I think it was an attempted googly there from Afi. Selman came onto the front foot. And I think the ball may have trickled back onto the stumps. It will be interesting to see the replay of this one. Both umpires meeting. We look at it again. Yes, from the back of the hand. Selman coming onto the front foot. Off the edge, onto the pad. And I think it made its way back onto the stumps. So if my vision is up to standard, I think this is another dismissal, and that has just been confirmed by umpire Afram Bayam. As we look at it again, brilliant work from our camera crew, and always depend on ITFX for wonderful coverage. And it's another wicket going for Barbados team, just the type of breakthrough that they needed. Selman looking a bit dejected, but I think in the end, the right decision was actually made.
Still need 4 wickets for victory is Windward Island. But the question I asked a while ago, Kato, I'm still waiting for the answer. Who's going to partner with Afi Fletcher from the Beckway end?
Well, I think they would have to employ one of their seamers, Karina Noel or Janila Glasgow. Glasgow, she has bowled predominantly from that old airport end throughout the competition and even throughout the Windward Island tournament. Karina Noel, more familiar with bowling from this end, so if I'm a betting man, I keep making that, that reference. I think I'll try Karina Noel from this end, given her experience as well. I think it's Connell, Shamilia Connell, making her way to the middle. Wondering if he can get a slip from somewhere, a slip in, someone at bat pad, just to put a bit more pressure on the number 8. The most experienced, the most potent bowler in the attack. But at this time, I'm thinking that the Windward Islands, they're doing the opposite. We now see the feeders back at mid-on and long on and long off, that is, as this one is walked neatly again into the onside for a single. And the end of a successful over on return for Afi Fletcher. Barbados, they are 75 for 6. They require for the 12 runs from 7 overs.
This game can definitely go either way. We saw how it goes with other teams. Windward Island trying to win their 4th game of the tournament. Barbados trying to go 3 from 3. Still need 12 runs for victory from 7 overs is Barbados. The Windward Islands are looking to pick up 4 more wickets for the 4th victory here at Arnisvale in the CWI T20 Women's T20 Blaze. As we see Gasper back with ball in hand, 1 wicket, 7 runs, 2 overs.
This one is hit high. Has she gotten enough? No, she hasn't. Good catch there from Karina Noel, running around to her right. And Gasper gets her 2nd wicket. Inspired change there from Captain Glasgow. We will speak about the seamers being employed from this end, but she thought differently. And Gasper gets the much needed breakthrough. Barbados, they are 7 down.
Good from the Windward Island and the Windward Island captain. 7 wicket down for Barbados, still looking to get 12 runs, while the Windward Islands are looking to pick up 3 more wickets to seal the deal here, get their 4th win. As we see celebration all around from the Windward Island players.
Appears to be more buoyant now, the Windward Island team. A few overs ago, their shoulders had dropped. But those wickets always give some sort of motivation to the fielding team, defending what was a reasonable subpar total, if you ask me. Something we spoke about earlier in terms of teams chasing. There seemed to be somewhat of a mental block. Some points being comfortably placed, and then at some point losing quick wickets. And that's what we've seen from the Barbados team. New player being Herbert Myers. What can she do? Another flighty delivery from Gasper. Good bowling. Rushing back to her mark. Coming in for her 1st game of the tournament. Not a bad effort from her. Into a 3rd over. 2 for 7. Difficult circumstances. This one again. And an around appeal. Umpire Byam is saying not out. So it's all happening here at the Arnisvale Sporting Complex. Crowd has built up quite nicely. Quite knowledgeable crowd as well. I'm sure they'll be shelling out all sort of advice to the Windward Island players. Windward Islands in this case being the home team.
Well, there are also fans here from Barbados as well. There are few in the stands, and as I walk past one of the pavilion a while ago, I hear people shouting for the Bajan team to get what they're doing right.
Good over so far. 4 dot deliveries, included a wicket. They need to finish well for the Windward Islands here. Barbados still requiring just around 2 runs per over. This one is peeling off the outside edge with a lot of pace. So St. John has the opportunity to come around to her left and limit the batters to a single. Total trickles up to 76 for 7, sorry. Requiring a further 11 runs. Just around 6 overs or so. Last delivery of this 14th over. Gasper is a bit short, pulled behind square. Gilbert comes around a bit sloppy, oh my. Not the type of feeling you would want to see at this level. It was a straightforward stop out there on deep square leg, and not the best effort there from Gilbert, to say the least.
That normally happened when you're low on confidence, Osnet, because the way she's running to save that ball, even to pick it up to throw it in, she never looked interested at all to get that ball back in, and hence the reason for a boundary there to Barbados. So they're now down to single digits, 80-7.
A bit lethargic on that occasion. Amaya Gilbert didn't have the best of days with the ball in hand. Bowled quite a few wide deliveries. And certainly someone low on confidence. That is not any sort of excuse for that sort of feeling that we just saw a while ago. Just making things a bit easier for the Barbados team. Now requiring just 7 runs from 6 overs. How crucial those 3 extra runs would be. As we see Fletcher coming back into the attack and going past the outside edge once again. It's something you can bet on, is Afi Fletcher beating the outside edge of the right-hander.
5 deliveries to go. Final over for Afi Fletcher. The Windward Islands need 2 wickets in this over.
This one a bit misdirected. Looking for a quicker delivery there, Afi Fletcher. And giving up a wide down the leg side. All of these extras adding up for the Barbados team. It's been quite a struggle for them. I think it's the type of game that you want all year round in the tournament. We saw the Windward Islands all year as well, struggling against Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados, 2 of the better teams in the tournament. The middle order having the opportunity to bat in a pressure situation. And the Windward Islands, they eventually got over the line. And it looks like a similar outcome is going to be for the Barbados team. Albeit still 6 runs required for victory. Anything can happen on a cricket field. 81-7. 3 deliveries remaining in this over. 3 deliveries remaining in Afi Fletcher's spell. This one is short of a length, and the field action missed out on that occasion. Herbert Myers. Still a lot of deliveries to go. 32 deliveries, 6 runs. 99.99 times out of 100 you will back the batting team to reach the promised land. But Afi Fletcher making it as difficult as possible for these 2. Just a wide in the over so far. Can she get a breakthrough for her team? Oh, another flighted delivery. Well played in the end from Herbert Myers, negating the threat there of Afi Fletcher. So Fletcher finishes her spell. Another good spell in this tournament. 4 overs, 2 for 14. And Barbados team 81-7. They're requiring a further 6 runs to win and have all of 5 overs to do so. Coming in to bowl her final over. It's been an applaudable effort from the young lady coming in for her debut, and really shown up quite well for the Windward Island team. Still an opportunity for her to enhance her figures. She's flighting this one, and Gordon there winding up for that big slug sweep A shot that my fellow commentator Kesrick Williams will know quite well. Welcome back, Kesrick.
Yeah, good day, Kato. Quite surprised that I'm back here sitting, but just 5 runs to get. Barbados put under a little bit of pressure by the Windward Island team. Gaspar, not bad returns from her. Played some really bad cricket in patches, the Windward Islands. They have been doing well to get them to this point. But this bad cricket is just creeping in all the time. They misfield, drop catches, and they just need to do the right things more often.
Agreed. This one is a full toss and no ball, right for the signal there from umpire Bayam at square leg. Just has not been as disciplined as required at this level. Just defending such a small total. You need all aspects of your game to come to the forefront. Bit of inexperience showing as well by way of their bowling. Looking to target that area again, an area that you like, Kesrick. I mentioned that before.
More of an over cover guy. Likes to go over cover. Can't bowl it on the off stump when I'm at the crease.
Sure, viewers will think otherwise, but it's 2 runs to get. Barbados team. It's a short and punched out to deep cover, so scores are tied, making difficult work of this total Barbados. But in the end, they're looking more than likely to go 3 out of 3.
Yeah, probably one of their toughest game to this point. But you're not gonna win all as comfortable throughout a whole tournament. I can remember listening to someone like a Samuel Badji breaking down how sometimes a tournament would go for a team. If there's 6 games, maybe 3 out of those 6 games, you probably would win 3 pretty well, lose 2 really bad, and probably win another one. You know, by just holding on a bit. So there's always an up and down when you're in tournaments in terms of wins. But a dot to finish that over from Adik Gaspar. Good returns from her. 4 overs, 17 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah,
not bad.
Very good performance from Gaspar coming in today. Mention of first game of the tournament. Difficult opposition as well. Informed Barbados team. She was able to hold her own. 4 overs, 2 for 17. You'll take that any day of the week. It's just that, such as being the batting performance of the Windward Island team, they've not been able to get enough runs on board. They had a forward of 15 or 20 runs or so. I'm sure the game would have been even more trickier for Barbados. As it stands, they only need a single.
Well, a skipper with ball in hand, immediately punching this one out to deep point. This is victory for Barbados. 3 and a trot. They have been doing well this tournament. Probably one of their most difficult game, but see it home, Barbados. This is going to do a lot for their confidence. Windward's losing their 3rd game. Barbados women winning by 3 wickets.
It's another performance that the Windward Islands will reflect on, and they will know that they will need some improvement by way of their batting, to say the least. 3 games so far in this tournament, and their batting hasn't come to the party. But it's an opportunity for Barbados to claim another victory, and they continue their impressive start to this tournament. Windward Islands, they will have to go back to the drawing board. So in the end, Barbados women, they're winning by 3 wickets, and congratulations to the Barbados team, commiserations to the Windward Island women. Well, we have one more game remaining in today's round of fixtures. We have Jamaica coming up against Guyana women at 7 p.m. So join us in just around an hour and a half where we have live coverage of that matchup. Until then, this is Osnet Cato signing out until later on.
take it dito. He's supposed to lose the game.